Okay, we are live. We are doing practicing drills today on chess.com. That means I'm going through all the endgame drills and see if I can solve them against the 2.2k rated engine, which is 100 elo points above my own level. So I think this is a good setting. We're starting with this one. Okay, this one was solvable for me. Let's try this one. So the difference now is that we are okay. Now we got the setup that we are behind the pawn. So we have to get in front of the pawn, I believe. And we need opposition, right? We can do this, this, and that should be enough. Okay, we got the first two. Let's do the next one. So there are two pawns, but they are the enemy king is in front of them. So well, if the enemy king was on h8 and my king was on h6, then I would have a checkmate. If the enemy king goes, well, let's see. If we move to f5 and he goes to h8, we go to f6, it would be stalemate. So we cannot allow that. Let's do it with trial and error. So right now we cannot move to h6, it would be stalemate. So this cannot be the right approach. We have to somehow yeah, it's not so easy. Okay, now I see it. These are protected passes, so as soon as they take that, I can promote on h8. So let's go there and let's go there, and well, now we can, no, we can't. This is not so easy. Ah, I see. We have to force him there or to take. So how can we do it? With opposition probably something. So now, but this is stalemate. Huh. Maybe we have to sacrifice this pawn. I think, yeah, we have to sacrifice this pawn and then we are... So what if we sacrifice this right away? Ah, we can sacrifice it right away. And now... Yeah, now we can do this. It's actually easy. So let's do that again. So we have to... Yeah, we sacrifice that and this is it. He can always stay in that corner, so he will never... We cannot force him to take this pawn. And we can also not approach via f8 because it will be stalemate. So that's why we have to give up this pawn. So what if we make another move? Does it make any difference? No, it doesn't make any difference. It's still the same. Okay, let's finish this so that we get the check mark on this puzzle. Okay, we got the first 3 puzzles. Let's continue on. So what is this? Oh, this is the theoretical draw because we have the rook, pawn, and when we can reach this square, they can never promote it. So this is just what we are going to do. Well, now even we can take it because he allowed us to take it. Let's change this to 3.2, okay, and see if he will allow us to take it. Oh, it's the same thing. Okay. I think for these easy ones, we can leave it at 3.2k for now. And when they get more difficult, we can decrease the strength. So we have separated passed pawns. They are separated by 1 square. And this is already enough, I think, to win against a single king. We don't need even the king for help, because when they pick up 1, no, in this case they are too close. We need, well, we don't need it, but right now we'll need to lose a tempo. So let's lose a tempo. And now we can push that one. If they were to take, they are not in time to catch the other one. And if they don't take, we can improve the king. So right now their plan is to go there. I think we can, right now we have a barrier here going on. They need to approach like this. So we can bring the king. I'm wondering if we need the king. I don't think we need the king, because as soon as they are going to pick up one of them, the other one can run. So we can continue in this fashion. And yeah. So as you can see, we don't need the king for help. We just need the king to lose a tempo, and then we push it, lose a tempo. Well, right now, okay, we need to approach. We need to approach. We can push. But this L formation with the barrier is the pattern. We can push, and again L shape with the barrier. Cutting the king off. Cutting the king off. Cutting it off. Okay, I think we got it. Now let's do it one more time. Lose a tempo, L shape, lose a tempo, L shape, L shape, cutting the king off, cutting the king off, cutting the king off, cutting the king off, cutting the king off. Okay. We got this one. Let's see the next one. You need pass over. I've never heard of that. I've never heard of that. But this is just this is, I would call, outside passed pawn. So we have one passed pawn on one side of the board, and we can use this to distract the enemy king, keep them busy, and then we pick up the pawn on the other side and promote there. So that's that. So this is easy because what's the fastest way to reach that? I think the fastest way would be to go directly. Okay, this was a minor mistake, so let's restart. It was actually not a minor mistake. As you can see, it's now a draw. But let's play it out and see why it was a mistake. Yes, because they are reaching this square, and then they have the opposition here, and we cannot promote. This is a stalemate. This is a stalemate. So what can we learn from that? Okay, of course we can play a5, but I'm also wondering if we start with g5, we drive the king up. Okay, now it's a draw, they say. Because they are always one square away from us, which is enough to reach there in time. And now they have this again, and it's a stalemate. So we need to play a5 first. And in this way, it will be different. Let's check it. Yeah. If they went e7, b6, d8, and then they are not in time to reach c8, they must reach c8 or c7 probably to prevent us from reaching b7. But when we can reach b7, it's over. Let's do that again. Yeah, the space advantage. The closer my pawn is to promotion, to the 8th rank, the better. So, and there's no hurry because the king needs to stay here. So there's no hurry. We can push all we want on the other side. And then it doesn't matter if we push there or not. We can go directly. Wow. Interesting. Yeah, now he lost a lot of time here. And we got him. Okay, we got this one as well. So we got the first 5. Let's do the next one. Okay, what's going on? So now we are the defending side because they have an extra pawn. So we need to keep that guarded with the king. And we need to push that one as far as we possibly can so that we can reach g2 before he can. And then he can never promote this pawn. It will be a stalemate. So now we reach the 5th rank, and that's enough. we could play... Oh, we can't play this one because now we lost the tempo. We have to directly go here. Wow, this is also... Of course, we cannot allow him this. This is not so easy as I thought. So first we have to push this as far as we can, and then this is something about opposition. So I thought by going there we can... No, we give him the diagonal opposition. So we have to mirror him, or... Okay. It's about... We cannot let him... Well, this... We cannot let him approach on c3. We have to guard this square. Okay. Let's do it again because... What's the difference if we go here? Well, if we go here, he goes there. He has opposition on us. Yes. So... But if we go to b1 and he goes to c3, we can go to c1 and we have opposition on him. Then he has to play b2, we play b1, and then if he were to play b3, it would be stalemate. And if he goes to any other... But wait. What if he... Yeah, there's only b3. Or he loses contact with the pawn. And then we take the pawn. So yeah. Then we take the then we take the pawn. But please, I want to play the other variation. So let's go to analysis. So we play this, they play that. We play this, they play that. Yeah, we must play this so we can keep the opposition. And let's say they play this, we play b1. They must keep contact with the pawn, but this b2, b3 would be stalemate. If they try to pick up the pawn, d3, we have to take b2, e3, c2, f2, d2, g3, e2, h4. Yeah, and we reach f2, which means we reach g2. We put up a barrier, and well, if he chooses to stay on the H file, we must keep the opposition. with f3. If we were to go to g1, well, it's still the same, because even if we reach h1 and there is no bishop or knight, then he can't drive us out of there. We will just repeat g1, h1 moves. And same thing as before, he must not lose contact with the pawn, but when he goes to h3, it's a stalemate. And the other scenario is when he doesn't go to the doesn't stay on the h file. Let's say he goes to g4, then yeah, I mean, we always reach the h1 corner and then it's a draw. But the other possibility is also this one. This is the other stalemate. Yeah, so these are the two possibilities. Okay. Let's go to the next one. For now they are quite simple and fun to solve. Probably they will get soon more difficult. So white to move. Yeah, this is also something about opposition, and I have absolutely no idea what I'm supposed to do here. So the intuitive move is to go there, and this is immediately a loss. Immediately a loss, because we are in Zugzwang. And yeah, the next move we're going to lose the pawn and it's game over. So we have to think about Zugzwang so that he loses contact of the black pawn first. And let's try distant opposition. Distant opposition is 3 squares across. And what about e7 now? Then he is forced to lose contact. And we got him. Now we cut him off and we got him. Let's practice the checkmating. Okay, this one is about distant opposition, which is three squares across. Are there other options other than f6? I'm wondering. Let's try it. Let's try. No, there are no other options, because e4, he will go to c5, and we will lose contact of the pawn because he prevents us to go there. And what about f4, c5, e4, then he has opposition again. We also need to take his pawn. So if we just play for defense here, it's not going to be of any benefit. So yeah, the only reasonable move here is f6. And now again we need normal opposition, direct opposition, so we shouldn't go to e6, we should go to e7. Let's see what happens if we go to e6. Well, it's still 1, but even better if we keep the direct opposition. Then we take, and yeah. So cutting the king off, cutting off, cutting off. This was the distant opposition. King and pawn triangulation. Triangulation. What is this about? Never heard of that. But it's also something about opposition. We would like to reach g6 with the king. And he wants to probably reach h7. And then if we promote, it's a stalemate. So yeah, let's just get a feeling for it. We can just get a feeling for, yeah, this is obviously a stalemate. Yeah, now he has opposition, even worse, and we cannot do anything. He cuts us off. So what if we sacrifice the pawn and we get opposition? Yes, that's the play. Okay, now he's going to secure a draw because he gets to the corner. Cool stuff. Thanks. I just found out about drills here on chess.com, and they seem to be really helpful. So how can we do this? Right now this is also a barrier against his king. The L-shaped pawns. This move also creates a barrier. But what should we do now? If we now go there, we will again go to f7, and we haven't made any progress, right? Yeah, we haven't made any progress. So what can we do? I feel like we have to reach this square. But no matter what we do. Okay, let's look up the solution, because I don't know how to achieve it. Distant opposition. Okay, let's say they go there. Then we have the normal opposition. And then we can reach the square. Okay, let's try it again with distant opposition. Okay, so they are here. Distant opposition means 3 squares across. But if we go there, they achieve normal opposition, so we have to keep distant opposition. Yes, keep distant opposition. They are forced to F7, and then we achieve normal opposition. They stay there, then we have to... Yeah, still like that. If they go to F7, we achieve normal opposition. And then we can reach G6. And now H7 takes G8. And then we can promote. Oh, now this was not working. Let's try again. Distant opposition. Take it. And now, how about now? It's what? Maybe. So we cannot go to H7. We just saw that. We won't be in time, so we have to go to G5. It's same, that's why it's called triangulation probably. Now we can block them there. Okay, now they're not going to the corner, which makes it easy for me. But I'm wondering what happens when they go to the corner. Okay, so we go there. Let's say they go there. Let's say they go to the corner. Well, if they stay in the corner... Okay, now we have to be careful. We lose the tempo to go there. So let's say they go there. Okay, now they have an escape square. But what if they stay in the corner? Then it's mate. And if we move the other pawn, well, then we have to be careful. Okay. Like that. Yeah, so I think I got this. Let's do it one more time. One final time. Wait. This was, yeah. Okay, now we got it. Let's make it like that, it's quicker. Okay, we got the first 8. Let's do the next one. Okay, we have one pawn advantage on the queen side. Wait, this is the queen side? Yes, this is the queen side. I'm rated 2.1k rapid, and I don't know what the queen side is. It's quite funny. Yeah, this is the queen side. Okay, so what's the idea here? Well, we can just create a passer on this side. The king has to pick it up, and then our king can pick up the rest on the king side. So we have to gain space first and activate the king. Okay. Let's just get a feeling. Okay, this was already a blunder, now it's a draw. Let's see why. Yeah, we are not fast enough. Okay, now he picks that up and will probably get a queen before us. Yeah, he has a check. Okay, this is a draw. I'm not going to play it out. So let's try something else. Let's immediately start to push those pawns. We are first exhausting all the wrong options, and then we are going with the right options. So now it's not even a draw, it's a loss. So it's really important, as we can see, to activate the king first. I mean, this is a general principle, endgame principle. Always activate the king first. So this, and we activate. We activate. And we gain space. We gain more space. We gain more space. Okay. We don't want to push a3 because he would stop us. So if we now were to push a3, he plays a4, and this would be probably a draw. So let's just do it for educational purposes. Okay, we're still winning. That was unexpected. But I would never play that. Why should I? It's better to start with b3. And now we could create this passed pawn, but this would probably be a draw then. So let's gain more. No, if we start with g5, he will, but he can't. Then we create a passer. So even that would be winning, right? Because we can create a passed pawn. Okay, we have to play this. Now he will run. We run there, but it's going to be a draw. Yes. Okay, let's try again. So we start with the king. He has a more active king. Let's see if this makes any difference. No, this doesn't make any difference. So let's start with f4, king f2, king e3, and what now? Well, we just gain space. We can't do that. Okay, interesting. Yeah, because if he can pick that up, the pawn is very close already. Better to prevent him like that. But this is an unintuitive move, so let's not do that. Let's stay with intuitive moves, which is this one. Bring the king. and space he can take here. We are trying to create a passer. Can we do it? If I play this, he's going to take. Problem is, right now he's cutting our king off because we want to go there with the king. But we have to be careful. We have to exchange that pawn, or else we could force the king, and then we can try. Let's try that. Okay. So now we get this pawn, and let's force the king away. Yeah, let's force him away. Let's force him away. Wow, he managed to create an outside passer, but it's still too much. I'm quicker than him. Oh, he promotes with check. Wow, this is crazy. It's really difficult actually to win this. One little mistake and you're done. Well, this is a no-brainer. We have to do king first. Can we do something more simple than what I'm doing? Let's ask the engine. F3. Why F3? I don't get it. This is rather unintuitive. No, we are starting with F4 because we want to gain as much space as possible. Okay. And also we want to start with the king. So basically we can do a lot of moves. H4, Queen D3, that makes no sense. G4 and B3. B3 makes some sense to create a barrier against the king. But let's do the intuitive moves, which are just to gain more space. Yeah, let's do all the intuitive moves. Okay, let's practice it. The idea is to use the outside pawns, push them first, because it makes it more difficult for the king to reach them. Hi Michael, I'm doing endgame drills. Okay, now the king moved over here, so let's try and create an outside passer on this side. Let's keep pushing. Let's create a passer. Let's bring the king closer. And is there a way, a specific way, when we have this formation? I remember there is something when we have this 3-3 formation that you have to start with some of the pawns. Is it one of those or is it the middle pawn? Let's try it out. Okay, so this is, it's not one of those. Yeah, of course, because he can just block it. So it must be the middle pawn. And yeah, in this case, we take like that because we can quickly create a passer like that. Let's pick that one up. Okay, let's try it again. Middle, yeah. Middle pawn, true. Otherwise they can block. So the intuitive moves, gain space and bring the king to the center. These are the concepts. So we gain more space, more space, more space. We try to create that passer. Let's create it. Bring the king, push the passer. Okay, it doesn't matter, I think. We can push the passed pawn. And as soon as he leaves, we have it block him off. And yeah, I think we got it. We can move on to the next. Das muss man mit 20. You must win that with 20 seconds. With 20 seconds, really? Okay, I am accepting the challenge. Let me get the stopwatch. So we have, let's see if we can win that in 20 seconds. Oh, for that I need the other scene so that you can see the stopwatch. Okay. Let's see if we can do it in 20 seconds. Let's put it here, the stopwatch here. Let's make this a bit smaller. Okay, let's see. But let's make it big and do... Okay, whatever. How can we set it up? Because I want to have it big, but at the same time the stopwatch. So I have to make this border window. Okay, like that, it's good enough. the stopwatch down right corner. Okay, let's see how fast we are in the first try. We have to pre-move. Okay, no, 20 seconds is way too hard. I cannot do 20 seconds. Even with the checkmate. Okay, it was like 50 seconds. Yeah, the bot also uses time. Actually, yeah, you're right. He also uses time. So we have to subtract that time from my time. But let's still see if we can do it a little bit quicker than 50 seconds. One final time. Because, yeah, we can get faster later as well. First, it's important to understand the concepts. Yeah, the bot uses a lot of time. Oh, did I mess it up? Oh, I wasted one move here. "50 seconds, okay. No, that's good enough for now. Let's move on to the next one. So what's next? We have king and pawn endgame, active king. White to move. Well, let's start with intuitive moves and see if it works. We are bringing the king closer. And then we would love to get to this square. So we can force him actually. Okay, but now... Yeah, now we cannot make any progress anymore. Because he will never leave that, or he will exchange. So we shouldn't trade pawns here. The bot used the 30 seconds. Yes. So what's the plan here? He has diagonal opposition right now. Now he has opposition, direct opposition, so it means it's a draw. Because he can repeat mirror us. So Michael, what is what is here the idea? How can I win this? Please let me know in the chat how I can win this. Okay, so we will see in the evaluation when it becomes a draw, so we will see when we made the mistake. It's something about opposition, so let's try the distant opposition. which is 3 squares. Okay, this is already a mistake. Yeah, he wants to exchange the pawns. If he plays that, then I play that. Why is... What's the idea here? Can somebody please tell me what the idea is? Okay, this is wrong. This is a draw now. So what's the idea here? Okay, let's ask the engine. So let's reach this position. What's my move? I have 2 options. d5 and d6. d5 and d6. Why? Because it's something about opposition or triangulation, or I think it's called triangulation. Let's look up what triangulation is in chess. Triangulation is an advanced endgame technique used to lose a tempo and pass the move to your opponent, forcing Zugzwang. By moving a piece in a triangular shape across 3 squares while your opponent is stuck with fewer moves, you effectively skip your turn and force them to make an unfavorable move. Okay, so this is about triangulation. Because right now he has diagonal opposition. So we go there or there to lose a tempo. Where's my practice? There. So we go there. And now let's repeat it on the analysis board. So where's my analysis board? What should we play now? This e7, c6, yeah, e7. Let's play e7. Okay, we could go to f6 now. So he cannot go to g7. And then we can lose a tempo. Then he must... e8, you're saying... We go there, he moves there. d8, e8. I don't understand the general idea, honestly. As you can see, the engine will repeat moves in the evaluation. They just repeat moves. What? The idea is to force the enemy king out onto this side of the board. as it seems. Yeah, this is the idea. So how can we force him out? This is too complicated. I don't understand it at all. We should not trade pawns. I'm looking up the first ancient line. Why is he going there? What? Let's go to this move. Why should he go there? Why is he not repeating like that? Okay, let's do the practice. Yeah, what should I do? Maybe it's about, yeah, this triangulation pattern. So now he went there. Well, we are faster than him, or? But what? Why did he move out? Why? Let's see again. So I am not going here. I'm doing triangulation. Can I move there? Well, it's the same thing. Now I move there. Okay, so why is he going to f6? Why is he not going to g8 in this move? Can you explain that? Why is he going to f6 and not g8? f5. Okay, so f5. Now he goes there. And now what? What am I supposed to do now? I shouldn't take, or? No, taking is a draw. King e7. King e7, and if he takes, okay, why is he not taking? I take, okay, we have opposition going on. So if I move there, yeah, he's losing the pawn. Let's see. So if he goes there, we play f5, but I still don't understand f5. He went there. So what happens if he takes? We take. Yeah, this. Why is he playing this move? If he plays that. What? Yeah, if you... now we have the same scenario with opposition. You mean opposition? Yeah, I think you mean opposition. Yeah, I know opposition is if we are one square across and it's his turn to move, I have the opposition, and if it would be my turn to move, he has the opposition. There's also the diagonal opposition. If my king square on e5, we are one diagonal opposition, and the distant opposition we have 3 squares. Not opposition. What is it then? Let me Google that, what it is. Widerstellung Chess. Widerstellung. You mean repetition? Threefold repetition? There is no Widerstellung. Not that I know. Widerstellung. There doesn't seem to be Widerstellung. Yeah. So what do you mean? But this is something about opposition. So if we have this pattern, he's going to lose the pawn. It's, for example, pawn e4, okay, and other color e5, okay. Both kings try to protect the pawn. Yes. Yeah, I don't know it very well. Is there some way to practice it? But it's about opposition. Let's see if there is a practice for that. Or we can... Yeah, Zugzwang. We can set it up. Let's set it up. White to move. Okay, if we have it like that, it's a draw. If it's like that, it's still a draw. If it's like that, it's still a draw. If it's like that, it's still a draw. But I don't believe this is a draw. Let's see. Let's load that. So we have to move. Okay, like that it would be, I Thought it would be a loss. Ah, because we get the opposition. Let's see again. Let's move them one across. White to move. This is a draw. This is a win. Yeah. It's also a win. It's a draw. No, I don't know why some are a draw and some are a win. Really well. I don't know it really well. Kings of the side of the pawns. Yeah, so like that, you mean? Yeah, so this is a draw, no matter who is to move. Where did my king go? This is a draw, no matter who is to move. It's still a draw. Not from behind, left and right. Behind, left and right? You mean like that? You mean like that? Yeah, like this. It's a win for white. It's still a win for white. This is a draw. G4, C4. Okay, let's see. Ah, the kings. G4, G4, C4. White to move, it's a draw. Black to move, it's also a draw. Both are a draw. They have distant opposition. I mean C5. C5, okay. White to move, it's a draw. Black to move, it's also a draw. Black to move, it's also a draw. It doesn't change. Okay, let's play this one. And G5. Ah, okay. Okay, it's a draw, black to move and white to move. It's also a draw. It's always a draw. It's always a draw. Are you meaning it's a win for somebody? It's always a draw. Are you trying to get a win? Okay. I don't know exactly. Yeah, so it's sometimes a draw, sometimes a win. It depends. Does it depend where the pawns are placed? Hmm. Yeah, it matters where the pawns are placed, as we can see here. White to move, it's a win for black. It's a win for black. Probably because... And if it's black to move, it's also a win for black. Huh. This is interesting. Let's see. Let's see why this is a win for black. Let's see. So I'm just copying that position for later. And we're going to practice this one against the engine. So it's our turn and black is winning. Yes, because he has the distant opposition and he can take our pawn probably. Yeah, now immediately we lose the pawn. But okay. Yeah. But I thought we have opposition. Why is it not a draw? Because this is a win, but if we were one square up, it would be a draw. Let's see that again. Let's change this position. So let me set up a new position. Train, practice, custom position. Set up position. So yeah, like this it's a loss, but if we are one square up, then it would be a draw. No, it's still a loss. Wait, no, black to move. Yeah, it's a draw. But if we are one square down, it's a loss. Because we need triangulation to be able to lose a tempo. So if we load that, let's play it against. So let's play it against the engine. We play this. We play that, this, this, yeah, and if we were on the last rank, we wouldn't be able to step back. That's the only issue. Distant opposition, distant opposition, distant opposition, normal opposition. Okay, in this case, did we mess it up? No, it doesn't matter. We can just stay here. But so this is a draw, this is a loss. It's just one square difference. And then back to this one. So because the pawn is already on the 5th rank, it's a loss. But if the pawn is on the 4th rank, it's a draw, because we can get this. So we are going to lose the pawn. Are we always losing the pawn? Are we always losing the pawn if it's like that? No matter who is first to move? And what if we are like that? It's a bit complicated to understand, actually. But I want to understand who is losing the pawn and why in this scenario, in those kind of scenarios. Who is forced to lose the pawn and why? You must win it with black to play in the last position. But I'm not sure anymore which position you mean. You mean this one? No, but this is just a draw. Früher, yeah, but I need to understand the general. Can you explain the general, rules of this? Who is losing the pawn and why? Are both losing the pawns? Yeah, I don't understand it. Does this? Yeah, I need to look up an educational video on this. So otherwise I cannot understand this as well. Black to move here. Okay, so now we have a similar setup. And it's white to move and we are winning. Let's try different positions like that. Wenn man den Bauern angreift und seinen deckt, verliert man. Aber wenn man seinen Bauern nicht deckt, gewinnt man. Oh, really? Okay, let's see. Black to move, white to move. Let's play this against the engine. Okay, we have 3 moves: G3, F3 and F5, and also maybe G5. Okay. Yeah, let's try and go directly. Then we are losing the pawn and we are not able to win the other pawn. But with triangulation we are losing a tempo. Then we are able to protect it. But still we are forced to lose it. If we are playing this, we are still losing the pawn, but we are managing to gain opposition. Oh, that was a mistake. Yeah, we can just stay behind the pawn. So in this scenario we are always losing the pawn, no matter what, it seems. We are always losing the pawn. Why are we always losing the pawn in this position? And why is black always winning the pawn? I think it's because he has the distant opposition and it's our turn to move. That's why we are losing always the pawn, right? We are losing here the pawn because it's our turn to move. Can you explain why we are always forced to lose the pawn here, even though the position is symmetrical? Why are we losing the pawn and not my opponent? Warum verlieren wir den Bauern und nicht der Gegner, obwohl die Position symmetrisch ist? Weil Schwarz den Bauern angreifen, ohne seinen zu decken kann und Weiß nicht. But if he just attacks his without... Okay. And yeah, I don't really get it. Does it make a difference where the kings are positioned? Let's load another position. Can I quickly duplicate that? Okay, I want to duplicate this. Okay, add edit position. Let's save that. Okay, whatever. Let's duplicate it. So does it matter what if the kings are here? Are we still forced to lose the pawn or not? Probably. Let's practice versus computer. It's our turn to move. We go here. And yeah, we are losing the pawn and he is not. And if we are trying another move, yeah, he will have two. The issue is that he goes to d4 and we have to keep our pawn protected and at the same time keep his pawn attacked. So we must reach f5 when it's his turn to move. So can we reach f5 when it's his turn to move? Oh, but he can wait. If he were to move there, then we would win it. Yeah, it's because he has the distant opposition. That's why he's always winning this pawn. But yeah. I think he's always winning the pawn. He's forced to win the pawn if he has the distant opposition. But what if it's his turn to move in that case? Black to move. You have king f6 at the start. Okay, let's try it. King f6 at the start. What do you mean? Was it the right? Sorry, wrong one. Okay, king f6 at the start. Let's see. He goes there. Okay, now we are winning the pawn, right? All of a sudden we are winning the pawn. Yeah, this way we are losing a tempo. But he still has opposition, so yeah, it's the same thing reversed. So it does matter where the kings are positioned. Do we understand it? No, not yet. So when it's white to move, and the kings are on the black, we are forced to win the pawn, but they can make a draw. And when it's on the white one, we are forced to lose the pawn, but we can make a draw. Because here I don't have this move. Yeah, we are forced to lose the pawn and we get opposition. And now we can just stay there. Doesn't matter. But I still don't understand it intuitively. What's an easy way to understand this? And it doesn't matter. Well, it also matters where the kings are. Like that. Okay, it's black to move. Okay, white to move. Okay, it's a draw. 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 Also draw. I don't yet understand it. But it also matters where the pawns are located. Still a draw. Still a draw. It's a loss. It's a draw. Okay, so I think I understand it now. If the kings are, so with white to move, if they are on the black rank, so rank of the black pawn, black is forced to lose the pawn. If they are on the white rank of the white pawn, white is forced to lose the pawn. And then the other thing is just if we can make opposition or not. So here white is forced to lose the pawn, but we can get an opposition going, and this way we can secure a draw. So if it were like that, black is forced to lose the pawn and he cannot get an opposition going. But why can he get a draw here? Oh, he cannot get a draw here. But he can get a draw here, right? Yeah, here he can get a draw. Here he cannot get a draw. So, wow, that's quite complicated in my opinion. So I remember when we have the opposing pawns, if we are I need someone to explain it to me, what the key concepts are. So let's leave it at that now. So for example, in this case, who is forced to lose the pawn? It seems black is forced to lose the pawn. But if the kings were, for example, on d5 and h5, white would be forced to lose the pawn. Let me confirm that. Let me confirm that. Okay. Okay, it's like that. Edit position. It's white to move. Black is forced to lose the pawn. Black is forced to lose the pawn. White is forced to lose the pawn. Let's see that against the engine. White will be forced to lose the pawn here, right? They have distant opposition on us. Like that, we are even losing the game. Yeah, since we are required to lose the pawn, we need to get opposition going. So do like that. No, not like that, then they get opposition. Lose a tempo, and now we have opposition. So it's really interesting. So in this scenario, we are forced to lose the pawn. We are forced to lose the pawn in this scenario. So we have to go for the draw, which means we go there, there, there. But why? So here we are forced to lose the pawn, but if the kings are one square up, they are forced to lose the pawn. So if we are here, they are forced to lose the pawn. Let's play that against the engine. Because we can go there, there, there. So this is crazy, like one square difference, and either they are forced to lose the pawn or we are forced to lose the pawn. So hmm. Mm. The thing is, I think it's who reaches this square first. Okay, let me take a break and I'm going afterwards to try and find an educational video which explains that. Be right back. Wait, let me set up the break thing. Okay. Okay, I'm back. Got myself some drinks and gonna have some snacks. Okay, we were trying to understand this triangulation thing. So let's get to YouTube and find an educational video which explains that to me. Triangulation chess. Benjamin Feingold. Let's see the explanation here.
Hey everybody, this is 5 Minutes with Ben, and I'm Ben. Today we're going to look at a triangulation position that I've known for many years, which is one of the things I use when I teach. This position is what we call a Zugzwang position, because whoever's...
Yes, we had the exact position in the practice drills.
turn it is not going to be happy.
But
However,
this is not what I'm looking for, actually.
Take their turn and make it black's turn. So for example...
But let's still hear this explanation to get it drilled into our minds.
If black plays king f8, white plays king g6 and wins the h-pawn and wins with the 2 extra pawns. So the position's only interesting if we analyze it with white to move, because then it's harder to win. So king e5 is the only move, because you have to defend your pawn. Black plays king f8, just like it's king and pawn versus king. And if white tries to win like the normal way, then you can see this is stalemate and the game is a draw. So basically, black's going to move the king around and white will end up stalemating black. So what white wants to do is go back to f5 and get this position, but white wants it to be black's move, okay, which isn't the case here.
Yes.
So after king e5, king f8, white is...
Yes, so they need to lose a tempo, so maybe go... f4, then they go f7, king f7, we go king f6, king f5, and now, yeah, they are in Zugzwang. They need to go back king f8, and we can go king g6. Yeah.
Is going to temporize by moving his king back. You can go to f4 or e4, it doesn't matter. Let's go to e4. It's easy.
Yeah, e4, f4, exactly, it doesn't matter. And this is why it's called triangulation, because we are moving the king in a triangle shape. This is a triangle shape, or we have this triangle shape going on. Yeah, so we have triangle shapes to lose a tempo. And that's also why in some positions, when the king is already on the last rank, we cannot do triangulation because we cannot move backwards again. That's why, even though we might have opposition, if we are on the last rank, we will not be able to secure a draw against the king and the pawn. Yes, this is triangulation.
Now in this position, black has 3 legal moves. If you play king f7 without the king on f5, which is the case here, then white will play king f5, and then white gets what he wants. The black king has to move. White plays king g6 and wins. So black temporizes again, plays king e8.
Yes, so we must not play f5 now, king f5, because then they get king f7 and we are in the same problem as before. So we must again lose a tempo. Wait, but what if we go king f4? They will just repeat king f8. So we have to play king e5, king e5, and now, this is difficult.
White plays king f4. Again, king f7 runs into king f5, so king f8. And now we play king e5, completing the triangle, where we're going white to black, and black isn't able to do that. Black has to change color every move. In this position, which we've already seen, it's now black's turn to move, and black doesn't have a good move. Again, if black plays king f7, king f5 wins as before, so black has to move. And if black plays king e8, now we just win the normal way by pushing our pawn through. And here, you don't want to blunder after all that hard work and promote to a queen, because then it's stalemate. So some people promote to a rook, but it's actually quicker to play king f6, king h8, and then queen would check, and then checkmate. So this position's winning for white. White just has to lose.
Okay.
To move with triangle. Has to move, and maybe if you have king f10, this has been.
But I want the other position with two opposing pawns. And I need somebody to explain it to me. So how can I look for that? Let's ask ChatGPT maybe. What's it called when you have two opposing pawns in chess and the kings, two opposing pawns on directly adjacent squares and the kings to either side. How is this position called? One white pawn and one black pawn directly facing each other, yes. With the kings trying to outflank each other on the sides, the position is usually described as locked pawn, a blocked pawn position, a king and a pawn opposition position. Yeah, like that. So let's try to Google that. Let's try to find it on YouTube. King and pawn opposition explained. This is not what I mean. King and pawn. King and pawn. Locked pawn. Blocked pawn. Position. Maybe it's about the distant opposition. Let's see. Distant opposition. Or opposition with pawns. Opposition with pawns.
Chess is split into 3 phases: the opening, the middle game, and the end game. End game, the Black King, you are staring straight out, you're saying, make a move, do something. So the winning technique here, if it's Black's move, White is winning. And pawn, Levy taught me in this video, but how am I going to win this position? Well, here, it's White's a move, and what you can do is you can pause. Okay? You can pause and try to figure it out yourself. I'm going to give you a few seconds, and now I'm going to get into it. This is a concept called, it's a little bit more advanced version of outflanking, something that you learned last example. It's something called outflanking, and it's
outflanking is probably the right word. Outflanking. Why is nobody showing this example? I need this position. Let's see this video.
Hiya. Hi again. Today we're going to look at chapter 23, which is King.
No, this is the same stuff. We have only one pawn on the board.
To promote to a queen, but always.
No, outflanking is also not the right term.
Never have I ever outflanked. Now go check out my other videos on opposition. So how would we win this with white? First, go to d4, then black will go to... And now you push the...
This is also only one pawn. This is not what we are looking for. How is this called? Yeah, this position is what I'm looking for. Yes, this position. How is it called? I need to find educational videos on YouTube. It's a king and pawn endgame where the central concept is the opposition. YouTube search opposition in king and pawn endgames. Yeah, okay. I think it's Zugzwang, yes. Zugzwang. Zugzwang is king and pawn endgames. But I need a king and pawn endgame with a white pawn and a black pawn. And most of the time they show only one pawn. There maybe.
What's going on, guys? Welcome to this crash course on king and pawn ending. So we're going to be looking at all of the fundamentals and the basics in endgames where there are kings and pawns only. This is very common when you're playing against an evenly matched opponent. You trade off lots of the pieces throughout the game and you end up in a position like this at the end of the game where there's maybe one or two or a couple of pawns for each side of the board. So we're going to be looking at several different examples. Let's jump right in. Being occupied, then it frees up your king.
It's a 20-minute video, but not a single example of the one we are searching for, unfortunately. Okay, let's see here. Maybe he has the right one. It's a 40-minute video. Surely it must be here. The thing we are looking for. Surely it must be here. Yeah, this is again the normal one, but we need the black pawn and the white pawn. Here, we got something. Let's look this one. It's not quite what we're looking for, but it's the closest thing we got at the moment.
I was white, my opponent resigned. Because then I gave him, like, scared him. No, white's actually winning. Because white's closer by files to the pawn. He's going to attack first. King here. And king here. Ah, king h5, the winning move. And now, when I take this pawn, which I will, black has to play king g7. Not easy to do. Or impossible. And if you thought ahead and decided, okay, I'm going to lose that g pawn, so I'm just going to I'm going to walk my king over here and draw. Well, you can't walk your king over there. Oh, too bad. Can't move your king closer. And now you have to play king g7, but you can't. But yeah, king h5 is a nice move. And this is called mutual Zugzwang, or as they say in French.
Mutual Zugzwang. Let's look for that. Zugzwang. Yeah, we got it. We found it.
Do you see how to promote black's pawn? For this, we have to use a technique called Zugzwang. By going on to f4 with the king, we leave our opponent no chance to protect his pawn because he cannot stay on his current square or move onto any adjacent squares. After white moves, we can capture the pawn and black's pawn becomes unstoppable. Do you see how to promote black?
Yes. But we need a more elaborate video explaining that. This one looks promising.
The zero game in chess has a special name. It's called mutual Zugzwang. And while pawn advancing games seem to have little bearing on actual chess, they're key in determining the outcome of games where configuration has determined a mutual Zugzwang. This configuration is called the trebuchet.
Oh, it's called the trebuchet. Let's Google that. This kind of position with fixed pawns and the kings both in front of their respective spawns, a knight jumps away, is known as trebuchet. Whoever moves loses. No, I don't believe that. Because there are still drawing chances depending on where the pawns are, right? So in the following position, both kings have to get closer to the pawns on the e-file, but care must be taken to avoid Zugzwang. If white, for example, tries the direct approach, king d6, black responds with king f5, setting up a Zugzwang situation known as the trebuchet. White's king must give ground, abandoning his pawn. Yes. Yes, if the kings are located like that. But if they are located in g7 and c4, for example, it would be something else. So the trebuchet is characterized like the kings are behind, or let's say the kings are in front of their own pawns in terms of ranks. In front, ahead of their own pawns. White's king must give ground, abandoning his pawn. The correct method for white to sneak up on black's pawn by king d7, forcing black to defend with king f5. Yes, they are threatening to take, they must defend. White steps king d6. King d6. Yeah, and they lose contact. Setting up a favorite trebuchet for himself. Now it's black's king who must withdraw, allowing white to capture the e6 pawn with an easy win. Okay. But it depends a lot on the position of the kings and the pawns. So...
And the reason it's mutual Zugzwang is because if white is to move, he cannot move here because it's covered by a black pawn, and he can only step away from defense of his own pawn, leading to a very easy endgame.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, I have a puzzle here that I set up, and it is white to move and white to win. I'll give you a few seconds to try and figure it out.
Yeah, king there. Well, if white reaches this square first, I think they will get the pawn.
Okay, hopefully you could figure out. Okay, white to move. The white king goes to h3. Now black wants to attack the white pawn, so he'll go king to e3.
But what if he goes to d3 first?
Now that's a bad move, because now white goes king to g4, and black can't save his pawn. He can't go here, or because it will be in check, and if he goes anywhere else,
In this lesson, we'll look at one of the most important endings. This particular ending is a position which is also known as a mutual Zugzwang. So we'll see what that means. So in this position, it is black to play, and we'll see. I'll just move around the pieces and do some basic analysis to see what is happening. So the white pawn on d5 is unsupported. Let us see what happens if we immediately attack it. And white has the only move king c6, which supports the pawn. Now, black is in a Zugzwang, which basically means
he's going to lose the pawn.
That he has to make a move which will lose the game for him. The Zugzwang is a concept that basically means that you lose when it is your move. So this is a very special situation. In this position, now black cannot do anything except go away from the pawn and allow white to capture it, and
now we will promote,
thereby allowing white to promote. Okay, so go back. So very interesting position, right? So black made a seemingly very simple move attacking the white pawn, but after white's only logical move landed in a position where he had to move and lost the game. Now
he must move
we'll see what
e4.
else can black do. So the whole concept is
maybe he's forced to lose the pawn. Maybe but he cannot. Since the white. So since the white pawn is already on the 5th rank, he cannot go for a draw. But if the white pawn were on the 4th rank, he could go for a draw, because he can reach d7 and then secure a draw, even if he loses the pawn. But since they are there, it's not possible.
Let us say we go back to the position. So in this position, the person who has to move will lose the game.
Yeah,
so,
this is called the trebuchet.
As black, I have to try to get this position with white to play. Okay, so now that we have seen what happens if we play the natural move, now we'll look at another way how black can proceed in this position, and that is by making a much more intelligent move, king e4. So I'm attacking the pawn. I'm forcing white to make the only move which is possible to support the pawn, which is bringing the king to c6.
Yes.
And now only I will bring my king to e5.
Okay, now he's going to lose the pawn.
That this is the same position which we had in the earlier instance, but in this case, the very important detail that instead of black to play, it is white to play. So white is in the Zugzwang, and white has to move the king away from the pawn and give up the pawn and the game.
Okay, so let's apply that to our example. So for example, okay, so let's say here, if it's white to move, yeah, we could go there, but then it's white to move. We're on the trebuchet, so white would lose. But if we move there, let's say black moves there, then we move there and there, it's still white to move, so still would lose. Okay, let's try that out here. So it's white to move, so if we cannot go there directly, because then we will lose the pawn, as we have seen. So we have to, we have to keep the option to move there. Aha. So when we are on the same rank, it's a different story altogether. This is crazy. What is going on? So like this, it's a different story, right? Let's practice this. White to move. Now we are winning because we can play this, and he has to move, and we are winning the pawn. But when we are here, the issue is we cannot use e7. We cannot use e7, but he can use g4. That's the major difference. So the entry squares need to be those ones.
Right, so it's a very important concept, the concept of mutual Zugzwang, and this is a very typical position which is commonly used to demonstrate this concept. The whole idea is when both the kings are supporting the pawns, whose move it is. The person to have the move in this position loses the game. It's a very interesting concept, the concept of mutual Zugzwang. I'll see you in the next lesson.
Okay, but in this example, the kings were mirrored like that. But if the white king, for example, were on b5, they would be losing because they need to be able to start with c7. But if they are on b5, they cannot start with c7. So in this example, the kings have two options to approach the enemy pawn. And if one king has only one option to approach the enemy pawn, they are at a disadvantage because the other king can lose a tempo, but they cannot. The other person has two consecutive turns where they are attacking the enemy pawn, but the other person has only one turn where they can defend it. So yeah. Mutual Zugzwang, Trebuchet. Let's see this video maybe.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the first endgame class on YouTube. Of course, we have Insane in the Endgame earlier in the week.
Okay, this is not what we're looking for.
The board is frozen, tension in the air. One wrong step and you lose it. Trebuchet, the Zugzwang. The king is cut.
Oh, this one is what we're looking for.
Hi, this is National Master Dan Heisman, and we're here with another video To help you improve your chess game, if you haven't told your chess friends about my channel, Dan Heisman Chess, I have a video on about every kind of important improvement idea. All the things that my students have done wrong over the years have made their ways into these videos. So if you're wondering what people do wrong and how to fix them, then these videos are probably for you. All right, so this is a position that last week at our chess club, one of our 1700 players lost something similar. And I checked to see if I had a video that was very similar to this, and I couldn't find one, so let's do it this time. All right, this is white to play, and when I give my...
Okay, white to play, we are at the rank of the white pawn. That means they have only one... Okay, they will lose the pawn. They are forced to lose the pawn. Why? Because they don't have access to d6. But black has access to f3. That's the key difference. And this is why white is forced to lose the pawn.
My students' puzzles, I don't like to give them too much information. Like in a book, it's white to play and win, white to play and draw, white to play and mate in 3. I just tell them white to play and play the best move they can. If white's winning, then find the way to win. If white needs to draw, then find the way to draw. If white is losing, then you're going to figure out, oh my goodness, white's in a bad situation, and I've learned that no matter what white does, he's going to lose. So it's more like a real game that way, because in a real game, of course, no one holds up a sign and tells you exactly what you're trying for. You're trying for the most you possibly can, and that's what I like to do in a lot of my puzzles. If it's definitely, white to play and mate in 17 or something, well, then you pretty much have to tell them. All right, so this is white to play. And as with all my videos where there's positions like this, you can always pause the video for as long as you want, try to work it out for yourself, and then, start the video again and see if you...
Yeah, so my prediction is white is forced to lose the pawn, because white doesn't have access to d6, but black has access to f3. That's why white will lose the pawn.
Your analysis is correct. So I'm going to assume that if you're going to do that, you've already done it or you're doing it right now. So let's get going on what might happen. All right, so let's try the most obvious thing, which is white is the first one to go after the pawns, and he plays the beginner obvious move, king to d5. All right, what would black do? Well, black's not going to let him just take off that pawn and run his pawn down and win. So the obvious move that black could try is to guard it with king
now
f4.
He's going to lose the pawn,
and this is a
black
very
is
special
going to
position
win.
which has a name. This is called trebuchet. Trebuchet is an ancient catapult, and the reason they call it trebuchet is if you draw a line through these 4 pieces, it looks a little bit like the trebuchet. So it's trebuchet. Now trebuchet is what's called mutual Zugzwang. If you haven't seen my earlier video on Zugzwang, I probably threw in a trebuchet maybe somewhere. But anyway, trebuchet, mutual Zugzwang, means that whoever is to move is in trouble. He's the one who has to move out of the way. And unfortunately for white, since he was the first one to move in, he's also got to be the first one to move out. And now he's in big trouble because black's threatening to take the pawn on e4 and white can't stop him. If he continues to counterattack the black pawn, then when black takes the pawn, he's going to be guarding it. And if he tries to come back, it's too late. Black will take, white will go here. And now I use what I call the Olé maneuver. Olé maneuver means use your king to block out his king and keep your king in front, right in the same file in front of the pawn until the last minute, and then move out of the way. So you play king to d3. If white plays king to c2, king to e3, then king to e2. And now you're going to just Olé him. He's going to wait here, hoping to get behind the pawn. You're going to just push the pawn while he's waiting. And now you do the Olé, move out of the way, and you get a queen. All right, so let's go back to the start. So we can now see that king d5, allowing black to set up trebuchet with white to move, is a mistake. And black is going to win. So white can't do that. So what can white do? Well, white can wait. He could play king to c5 and say, all right, you go in first, and then when I go in, you'll be the one in Zugzwang, and you'll win. The problem is that if you do that, black doesn't have to play king to f4. Black can play a very well-known maneuver, which is to attack the pawn from f3 and avoid setting up trebuchet. Now, again, black's threatening to take the pawn and win exactly like we saw before.
And then
but
we
if
have
white
the trebuchet
guards
again.
the pawn now with king d5, then again, he's the first one getting to this position. Black says, that's exactly what I want, and I'll play king f4, and shazam, we've got another trebuchet, and black's winning again. So if white plays king to d5, he loses. If white plays king to c5, he loses. it's very good to understand in this kind of position that if you can play king f3 for black, that you're winning because you have the threat of taking the pawn, and the only move that stops you from taking the pawn
Yeah, exactly.
is to allow trebuchet. Okay, so back to the start again. So white can't play up to the 5th rank. Obviously, going further away doesn't help. Black will just come over and take the pawn. So what should white do? Well, suppose he comes back to try to guard the pawn. Plays king to d3. Now black can put white in zugzwang again by playing either king f3 or king f4, and white will have to abandon the pawn. But does that mean that white has to lose? Well, let's take a look at what...
No, because they can make a draw. Because they can go to e2 with opposition.
What happens on king f3 first, and then we'll look at king f4. Suppose black plays king f3. Then white is in zugzwang and he has to...
Yeah, let's go d2. King takes e4 and king e2. And then we have opposition and it's a draw.
Wait, so we may as well play king to d2. And now black plays king takes e4. Can white hold this position? Well, if you watched my earlier video, two-part video on king and pawn against king,
king e2,
if the king is on the rank immediately in front of the pawn, and the king is not yet to the 6th, 7th, or 8th rank when you have a tic-tac-toe, here he's not, he's on the 5th rank, then if white can get the opposition, white can draw. Well, how do you get the opposition? You go across from the king, there's no pawns in the way, there's one square in between, and whosever move it is does not have the opposition. Well, it's black's move, so he doesn't have the opposition, which means white does have the opposition. So white has the opposition. That means white's going to get what he wants. He's going to get a draw if he knows how to do this. If you haven't seen the other video, I'll just do it really quickly. Black will go out of the way. White will keep the opposition. If black keeps going back and forth, white will just keep going with him and get a threefold repetition. Eventually, black would have to push the pawn. Now we have the famous situation where the king and the pawn, the king's not in front of the pawn. So the two rules for white are, 1, don't let the king in front of the pawn, and 2, when the pawn gets to the 6th rank, go straight back on the file the pawn is on. Right now the pawn's only on the 5th rank. I mean, it's on the 4th,
we need to go to e1.
Rank. 1, 2.
That's why if the pawns would be 1 rank advanced, we wouldn't be able to draw because we would not be able to go to the 0th
3,
rank.
4, 5. All right. So here, the 6th rank for black would actually be rank number 3. I know that's a little confusing, but we're looking at it. In algebraic, you're always looking at it from white's point of view, but from black's point of view, when the pawn gets up to black's 6th rank, which is the 3rd rank here, then you have to go straight back. Well, here you just want to follow the rule, don't let the king in front of the pawn. So if you go back, he's going to go in front of the pawn, and you don't want to do that. So you play here to prevent the black king from getting in front of the pawn. If he goes back, you just block again, he waits. Here, it doesn't matter where you go as long as you go back. You can't go up, he'll come up and win. But you can go back anywhere you want. You don't have to go straight back. If you learn the rule that you have to go straight back, well, that's sufficient to draw, but it's not necessary. Here, black plays up. Again, the rule is don't let him in front of the pawn and rank in front of the pawn. You have to play here. So at some point, he's going to push the pawn, and now that pawn is on the 6th rank for black, and white has 4 moves, but only one of them draws. He has to go straight back. King straight back. If the king comes up, you play your king over here. Some people call that the opposition. I don't call that the opposition because the king's not in front of the pawn. I reserve the word opposition for when the king's in front of the pawn, but that's just semantics. If your coach calls that the opposition, that's fine. But in any case, white's got the right tempos. Black cannot make progress. For instance, if he pushes the pawn, white goes here. And now black has his choice of draws. He can stalemate. That's what most people do. Or you can move away from the pawn and let him take it. Either way, it's going to be a draw. Let's go back and go over that again. Okay, white to play. King here. Black played king f3. We're going to look at king f4 next. King to c2 waiting, king takes, opposition, moves out of the way, keeps the opposition, eventually has to push the pawn. Don't let him in front of the pawn. Pawn pushes, pawn's on the 6th rank, got to go straight back. If he comes up, go over here. You want to call that opposing the king? Okay. You want to call that the opposition? Okay, I call it opposing the king, but not the opposition. Doesn't matter, just semantics. Pawn push, king here, stalemate, draw. Okay, now let's look at the other line. King to d3, king to f4. Well, again, it looks like
we are forced to lose the pawn. We're always forced to lose the pawn. Yeah, but the question is, where are the pawns located? And then we can still make a draw, or we will lose the game.
Like, white could go anywhere he wants and wait. But that's why king f4 is better than king f3. In king f4, you're giving white a chance to go wrong. And that's what you want to do, because if white doesn't understand this position, and he thinks, oh man, I need to get in front of that pawn, and he blunders here with king.
Yeah, then they have opposition on us, and we
To
are losing.
e2. Then when you take the pawn, it's white's move, and black has the opposition, and now black's going to win. For instance, king d2, king f3, making progress. If king d3, then check, and king d2, and then back king here, and then you get a queen. On the other hand, if white goes king to e1, black goes king to e3, and in this position, it doesn't matter whose move it is. This is tic-tac-toe, as I talk in my previous video, where you'd come one square back from the promoting square. If your king gets onto any of those 9 squares, and your pawn is in a lower rank and you're not trivially losing the pawn, then it doesn't matter whose move it is. It doesn't matter where the kings are. It's always a win. Very, very strong rule. So here, white would go out of the way. It's white's turn, but it doesn't matter whose turn it is. Black would go there. White, king f2. You put
I don't understand it. I thought it's a draw if it's black to move.
so here,
in
white
this
would go out of the
case. I thought it's a draw. Let me analyze that. So what do we have here? Yeah, like that. Okay. Yeah, but black to move. It's still a win for black. Oh, because you can lose a tempo. Because I can lose a tempo, but if the pawn is here, it's still a win for him. But why? Let's see. But if we are 1 up, then it's a draw. Okay, so let's see. I thought this is a draw. Let's see why not. I mean, like this it's obvious, because black can start with this move, then we have to move, and then he can do like that. But if the pawn is here and it's black to move, then let's see why it's a win for black. So I'm going here, I'm going here. Oh. Because I don't have the 0th rank. So if I have 1 rank more, how is it different? Doesn't matter where I go. Yes, I need to go straight back to keep the opposition, right? Let's see if I'm not going straight back. No, it doesn't matter. But I don't understand why. I don't understand the difference, honestly. What's the difference? If we are 1 rank closer? Yeah, I don't understand. Promote a queen. Yeah, but I don't understand why it matters if they are 1 rank closer. What's the difference?
the way, it's
Okay.
white's turn, but it doesn't matter whose turn it is. Black would go there, white king f2, you push the pawn. All right, let's go back to the start again. So after king d3, it's better for black to play king f4. Why? Because it gives white a chance to go wrong. White could go to the square, which gives black the chance to capture the pawn and get the opposition. So therefore, what does white need to do? What white needs to do now
E2.
is not go to the e2 square until black takes the pawn. So he has to go to a square that touches e2. And this is a very important concept I've talked about in other videos. This is what I call the dance around concept. And this is what the 1700 player did not know. He didn't know about the dance around. And he was low on time, so he didn't have time to figure it out. So what you need to do is go to any square that touches e2. Well, right now there's only one square he can go to that touches e2, so he has to play king to d2. And now if black takes the pawn, you jump onto e2 and you get the opposition,
Yeah.
and you get the draw. So let's say black doesn't do that. Let's say black says, I'm going to give you more chances to go wrong and plays here.
Okay, in this case, we still need to keep the option to reach e2, so we can go to any adjacent square. No, but at the same time, yeah, probably we should just go with d1. e8 is square cover. E1, you mean? If white covered, then white win. You mean like that? Yeah, if black covers it, then black wins. Right. Yes, that's understandable. So let's see here.
Well, now you could come up and keep guarding the pawn, but even better is to tell black, I know what's going on here. I'm just going to touch the square. If I was playing white here, I would play a move like king to d1 and say, I know what's going on. All right, if black ever takes the pawn, you jump on e2. If he keeps waiting and he plays here, of course you don't play here. You keep dancing around. You play king to e1. He can dance around too if he wants, waiting for you to make this mistake to jump on e2. You don't do it, you just touch it. Eventually he gives up, he takes the pawn, you say thank you very much, you jump here, and now we get that same draw as before. Don't let him in front. When the pawn gets to the 6th, go straight back. Pawn push, king here, king here. All right, so why after king d3, king f4, why is king f4 better? They're both draws, because it's a better move if you give...
Yeah.
your opponent a chance to make a...
We give white a chance to make a mistake. If we go now to e2, we can take on e4 and we have opposition on them and we are winning the game.
Mistake. Even though the evaluation is the same, you want to make moves to give your opponent a chance to go wrong. If you go here, he can't go to the wrong square to e2. You're pretty much forcing him to do this, and when he takes here, he might figure out that getting the opposition is a draw. But if he doesn't understand this, like the 1700 player had trouble doing, and you play here, maybe in time trouble or whatever, if he's not very good, he'll go here, and when you take, he'll win. Black will win here. Let's say king back to here, it doesn't matter. King here, pawn push, and he gets a queen. All right, so you always want to give your opponent a chance to go wrong. Can white also draw with king to c3? Yes, he can, because he can touch the square on the next move. Doesn't matter what black plays. He could play f4, he could play f3. And now you want to touch the square. Doesn't matter whether you play king d3 or king d2. I would probably just play king d2 and say, let's get it over with. And now if black says, oh, I'm not going to take the pawn,
Yeah,
I'll give you a chance. If you want to guard the pawn, you can. I think I would play like king to d1 and say, yeah, I know what's going on here. And eventually when he takes the touch e2, I'm dancing over, that's one. No, white has to play king c3 or king d3, do a dance around, and he gets a draw. If he tries to play offense by going to the 5th rank, then he actually loses.
Yes, so in this case, white to move, white is forced to lose the pawn. So the best thing he can do is play for a draw.
That's a little counterintuitive, but once you study this a little bit, and
But if the kings were 1 rank up, then actually black is forced to lose the pawn. Because white can start with d6. Black must protect it, f5. Then white can play d5, and then black is forced to lose the pawn on the next move.
if you don't understand this, you could watch the video again, you could play it out with an engine, you could play it out with a friend. You know, you want to learn this stuff because it comes up quite often in these kind of endgames. It's not a rare endgame kind of idea. All right, let's move both kings up a rank and see what's going on. So I call that...
Exactly, this is... my prediction is black is forced to lose the pawn now.
This is my dance around 2 position. All right, so now it's white to play again. And again, obviously, from what we learned in the previous video, king d5 is a double question mark move. Black plays king f4, and voila, trebuchet, mutual Zugzwang. White has to move away, white loses.
Play more game and analyze own game. Yeah, I do that as well, but right now I need to understand these concepts. I really need to understand them.
Just to remind you how that works, king here, king c3, king e3. This is my Ole maneuver.
Wait, why did we lose the pawn? I thought black is forced to lose the pawn here.
Position. All right, so now it's white to play again. And again, obviously, from what we learned in the previous video, king d5 is a double question mark move. Black plays king f4, and voila, trebuchet, mutual Zugzwang.
Because
white
they played
has to
the
move
wrong
away,
move.
white loses. Just to remind you how that works, king here, king c3, king e3.
We know
this
that
is my
already.
Ole maneuver. You should know by now that that's not right. Well, can you wait like you did before and play here first? Well,
No, this is also wrong.
well, you can, but if you do that, then black will go here, and we've transposed into the other problem with white to play, and we know that's a draw if you go. So if you wanted a draw, you could do that. All right, but actually white has a good move here, and it's the mirror image of what we already looked at in an earlier line where, let's go back to the previous position. If you remember, we said white should not play king to c5 because black will play king to f3, hitting the pawn, and if white tries to guard it, black gets trebuchet. We looked at that already. But now we have, if we go back to the start, we have the exact same position, but with white to play, kind of like if you flip the board upside down, white can do the same thing to black now. So instead of coming back to c4 and getting a draw, and instead of going to d5 and losing, the right move in this kind of position is to hit the pawn from the diagonal.
Yeah, black need to play for the draw now because they're forced to lose the pawn.
With king to d6. And now black has to guard his pawn. King takes, e5 is threatened, followed by the Ole maneuver where you bring your king up along the file and you just win. So he has no choice. He has to try to guard his pawn. Whoops. Can't guard it with king to f4, of course, because king to d5 is a trebuchet and black loses. So what black has to do is now black has to come back, and when white plays king to e5, black cannot play here. Black has to dance around. So black should play king to f7. It's the exact same thing we just looked at, except upside down. Let's go through that again to show you. White's best try is to play king d6. It doesn't win. All right, so in this endgame, white should try this move, where he goes on the offense and he makes black show that he knows what to do. If white plays here, and black plays here,
this is wrong.
Here, and white plays here, black plays here, then white's the one who's trying to draw. Let's do that again. White will just goes here, he loses right away. Last chance, it's now black has to know what to do. Can't go for trebuchet, has to go for dance around, and here is our dance around. King to e7 loses. Let's show you that again. White takes, black's the one in Zugzwang here with white having the opposition. Moves out of the way, white makes progress. Here, here, out of the way, here, here, pawn here, and you get a queen. Okay, so with the kings up one like this, it's still a draw, but now black's the one who has to know about the dance around. All right, white's the one who's going to put the pressure on black. White's going to play it here. Just because two different moves are draws doesn't mean they're equally good unless you're both engines. If you're playing a human and they might make a mistake, it's all if you have multiple lines that draw, you want to play the one that gives your opponent the most chance to go wrong, where he needs the most knowledge and the most accurate moves. So in that sense, they're not equal. They're only theoretically equal. From a practical standpoint, they're not equal at all. So if white plays king c4, he's the one trying to draw and he can get it. If white plays king to d6, then black's the one trying to draw and he can get it too. But you want to always be the guy in charge, the one who is trying to test your opponent to see if he knows how to draw. You don't want to be the one that's being tested to see if you know how to draw.
Yeah.
Okay, hopefully that makes sense. So now that brings us to our dance around 3 puzzle, which is, suppose the kings start and they're not on the same rank. Suppose both kings are on the rank of the opposite pawn, like this.
Yeah, now it gets interesting. So let's predict if it's white to play. Well, if it's white to play, white must play for a draw here, actually. And if it's black to play, black must play for a draw. Oh, wait. White, d5, king d5, black must protect the pawn. King f4. Yeah, and then it's trebuchet with white to play, so white is going to lose the pawn. And if we try king c6, king c6, then king f3, then king d5, king f4. It's again trebuchet, white to play, white will lose the pawn. So in this case, if it's white to play, they must play for a draw. And if it's black to play, they must play for a draw. Because whoever is to play is forced to lose the pawn in this position. Let's see if we're right.
And to some extent, we could look at the position with the kings like this. We'll do that next, I guess. If the kings are like this, we've actually seen this kind of position before. Can you remember what to do? The answer is attack the pawn on the diagonal. And now, if he doesn't guard it and tries to come back, it's too late for dance around. Instead, we get the Olé win like that. But if you attack it on the diagonal and he guards it, then you trebuchet and you win.
Oh, my prediction was wrong. Actually, in this case, whoever is to play is going to win the pawn. Because both have access to the d6 and f3 squares. They are in the right position to attack the enemy pawn from behind.
Attack it on the diagonal and he guards it, then you trebuchet and you win. So in this position, whoever is to move will attack the pawn from the diagonal and win. Okay, so if it's black's move here, he'll play king f3, and after white plays king d5, he'll play king f4. If it's white's move, which is the way I've set it up, then the only right move is king to d6, threatening to take the pawn, and after king f4, king d5, trebuchet, black has to move away and white wins. All right, let's set up the position. We'll add a new chapter. Let's do it where the kings are on the same, they're on the different files, but they're on the same file as their color, like that. Okay, white to play here. Well, clearly white can't play.
Yeah, if we are... I think I know the rule of thumb now. So the rule of thumb is whoever is on the rank of the own color pawn must play for a draw. with to play. Whoever is on the rank of their own color pawn must play for draw. In the trebuchet position, whoever is to play is going to lose. So these are the rule of thumbs.
Play king to d5 because king here is trebuchet. But if he plays king to... Oops, I accidentally made it black to move. We wanted white to move. All right, let's do that. White to play. So you can't play king to d5. What happens if you play king to c5? Well, now black's the one who can't come in because he loses to trebuchet. And if black plays king to g4, he loses to what we just saw with king to e6. So what white may as well do is just, in this case, he may as well just run down and dance around and get a draw. Because if he goes here, well, I guess if he goes here, that's true. Black, if white goes king c5, black can just dance around and draw. So maybe white should play king c5 and put black on the defensive. All right. All right, so king to c5. If king to g4, then king to e6, king f4, king d5 wins. So black can't do that. So after white starts with king c5, black can simply play.
We reached this position again. Or it's more like this. So we want to reach this position with black to play because they can mess it up. So if we are on c4, we want to go to c5 because they can mess it up by going to either of those squares. In this case, they have to only one option, which is g4. Yeah.
Play king here, white will play here to try to give black a chance to go wrong. Black will do dance around and play king f7, king takes, king here, black has the opposition draw. So that's white's best chance, because if he comes back, then black will win the pawn, and white's the one who had... So if white comes back, he gets a draw by dancing around. If he goes king c5, then black gets a draw by dancing around, but then white's the one who's at least trying to win. So in this position, white may as well play king to c5. Take all those arrows off the board. Let's go back to that previous one. When we start with this position, where the kings are on the same rank as the opposite color of the pawn, anytime the king is not attacking your pawn, and you can go diagonal and attack his pawn, attack it from the diagonal, that's what you want to do. This is key, just to remember this, because then when he tries to guard the pawn, you create trebuchet, mutual zugzwang, black has to move and he loses. So this position, white to play, wins. All right? These situations are good to study because even if the kings are in different squares further away, you can get to these kind of positions and you can create the same kind of situations that we talked about in today's video. And if the kings start closer where they're already in trebuchet, then you know what's going on too.
Okay, so now that we know that, let's see if we can figure out the initial position, which prompted us to study this even. So what is it, white to play or black to play? So it's white to play here. So what's going on? So we want to win the pawn. Let's play it out. So we move. Okay, we can just move there. In this case. In this case it's simple, we can just go e7 and e6 and they won't be able to protect the pawn. Okay. But I wanted to know okay, we have to trade one pawn, I guess. Let's trade one pawn. And now we reach the trebuchet position, but we are white to move, so we are going to lose the pawn. Okay, so it's not advisable to play f5 here. So let's start with any other move. And what if we play f5 now? It's still bad. So this is a draw. This is also a draw. So it must have to do something with triangulation. We can't make progress like that. Okay, so white to move. If we play this move now, it's a draw. And there it's also a draw. So the only other option that we have is g5. But g5 is also a draw. So everything here is a draw. Everything is a draw. I think we must play f5 at the right moment. And what is the right moment? Now is also not the right moment. That's also not the right moment. Let's try this. Now is also not the right moment. We can move in a triangular pattern here. Or like that. Let's move in a triangular pattern. But he can also move in a triangular pattern. Okay, I need the engine here to tell me what's the right move. Let's start from this position. So let's start from this position. D6, H8, D7, H7, D8, G7, E8. Okay, let's see what happens with G8. King G8 here. F5. Aha. We need to play F5 when we are at the same rank. If we would be there, it's a draw. Same rank. Yeah, same rank. Okay, let's try that then. Let's try to lose a tempo. We did it. Okay, now we can approach from there. And we got it. Okay, we got it. So I think I know now how you should play it. The idea is to lose a tempo with triangular pattern. I want to play the other variation as well. So when he chooses to go there, then we can play F5, trade off. No, we shouldn't trade off the pawn now. We should play there. Okay, now this would be the trebuchet position, which would be losing for us. Exactly. So we have to do something else. We have to keep contact here. Okay, if we do this, we come around like that. And promote. Okay. Triangulation. Fixing the pawns. And promoting. Wait, what? Why is it a draw now? Do we have to start with this move? Whoa, that's crazy. If I do this move, it's a draw. I have to start with king d5. Triangulation, lose a tempo. Okay. Oh, I stalemated him. Okay, let's do it once more. No stalemate this time. Okay, we managed to do this drill. This was very difficult. It took us, I think, 3 hours to get that right. King and pawn endgame, active king. Let's see the next one. This looks more simple, I hope. So the general idea is to gain space. First, I gain space with my outside pawns. Okay, we get some L shape going again. This is a triangulation thing again. Okay, now I'm blocked off here. I don't have entry, and he has opposition on me. He's going to drive me away from the pawn. And I'm not able to secure a draw no more. Let's try again. Okay, so now we have to be careful. Let's capture first this pawn. Okay, now we got it. So this is not difficult. Let's try it again. My mouse slipped here. Okay, next one. White to move. Let's try intuitive moves. Okay, this was easy. Is it just intuitive moves enough? I don't need any special thing. Yeah, this is enough. Wait, what if he goes to a7? Well, then I can go to c7 and take the pawn. So no problem here. Okay, let's do the next one. Well, let's do the same thing as before. I don't think there is anything different now than before. Next one. White to move, okay. Let's cut off the king. No, let's start with this. Wow, this is already a draw. Okay. Let's start with the king. White to move. Well, they want to capture that and I want to capture that. Yeah, let's see what we can do. Whoa, this is a loss already. We have the trebuchet position and whoever is to move is going to lose. And we cannot secure a draw because we cannot get in front of the pawn. So why is g4 a loss? Do I have... because I need to play for draw, not for win. So I shouldn't try to reach the black pawn. So I have to start with that move. And then, I don't know. It doesn't make a difference if I go there or there. Okay, this is a loss. This is also a loss. This is a draw. I think I have to keep the opposition. Okay. Yeah, here I cannot try to win this. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's much faster than me, that's why we have to play for a draw here. Wrong mouse slip. So I have to get behind the pawn and then follow him closely. If I go here, I'm losing because he has opposition on me, so I must go here. Yeah, okay. I think we got it. Can move on to the next. White to move. Yeah, I think we can just do this. Okay, we cannot do this. Yeah, this is a stalemate. So we have to why can't we go do this? Because he has opposition, I guess. So we must achieve opposition or something like that. What if we go here? Okay, it's still possible. But now it's a draw. Maybe, what, can we trade off one pawn? Okay, if we have the rook pawn and he reaches that corner, it's also a draw. So what do we need to do? Okay, interesting. As soon as he reaches any kind of opposition, it's a draw, it seems. We have to go there, probably. And now... Yeah, he has opposition again. So we need to lose a tempo here. That's the thing. We need to lose a tempo and then we gain opposition, right? No, this is also a draw. What's the idea? Can anybody help me out in the chat, please? Can we? No, we can't. We need to force him out of this square. But we cannot force him out of there. Huh? Ah, we are threatening a checkmate. If he now moves to the corner, we are going to threaten checkmate. Let's say he takes, we take, he moves there. Ah, okay, he can go there. I see now the idea, I think. So we have to go to h6 and then use both pawns, but in the right order. If we go to h4 directly, it's a draw. But if we do one step, it's a win. This again would be a draw. No, it's also a win. But I don't understand why moving to h4 directly is a draw. Let's see. Let's see what's the difference. Because he can go in the corner. And now it's a stalemate. So the last pawn push, he must be at g8. So that's why it's called a timing problem, because we have to do the timing right here. That means, yeah, okay, we go there and we have to calculate the timing. So let's say he always alternates between g8 and h8. We need to calculate what the last move will be. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6. So it would be 6 moves. And he would have 5 king moves. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait. If we move like that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 6. This is an even number and even number of king moves. He arrives at the same position. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But then if it's our turn to move, yeah, that's a bit strange. I don't think we need to know this, because this situation will not occur often. Okay, let's move on to the next one. White to move. Yeah, we cannot just push the pawns. This will be a loss. We need to bring in the king. But if we go like that, yeah, we cannot do anything. Well, we need to play for a draw here, not for a win. So we have to... So we are probably losing both pawns and we need to get opposition on him. But I'm not sure if the black pawn is on the 7th rank. Isn't it always a win for him? Okay, this is a loss. Yeah, because he gets opposition. This is also a loss. And this. I see. We need to deflect the pawn to the 5th rank so that we can get opposition on him. Okay, now he has opposition. Yeah, he has opposition now. But I need this move. Oh, I'm stupid, yeah, of course. But I don't understand really why. So if I play this, for example, why does he not capture with the king? Let's analyze this. That's a bit too complex from my liking, because in a game 99% I would play, let's say, this move, but this is a loss. I have to sacrifice both pawns and then I have to make the right move. What is now the right move? Can I just stay here? Now, yeah, I can just... Yeah, just stay behind the pawn. But okay, let's say he takes with the king. Okay, and then it's a draw. Ah, this is the idea, because if he takes with the king, I can protect my pawn with the king. That's why he has to take with the pawn, such that if I try to come closer, I am losing the pawn. Yeah. Then I can no longer get opposition on him. That's why he has to take with the pawn. Because if I move again, yeah. Okay, I kind of understand it, but it's still difficult. Okay, let's see the next one. King and pawn endgame, opposition master. This is too difficult probably. Let's try this one. Outflanking. Yeah, we are playing for a win because we have one extra pawn. Okay, now it's already a draw. It's insane. What is this? Sorcery. Am I supposed to sacrifice? No. It's also a draw. It's also a draw. But what is the winning move then? Either of those moves are a draw. Wow, this move. I guess we want to... Ah, I see, we are driving him away from this side probably. No, this is a draw. I don't understand it. What is this? What? I guess I have to watch an educational video on that. Outflanking.
Outflanking is one of the topics that many chess players have a hard time remembering what it is and how to apply it. But as you will see in this video, it's not necessarily a very complicated concept. the best way to understand outflanking is starting with the opposition. Right here with white to move, white can come to e2, gaining the opposition. As you can see, there's an odd number of squares between the white king and the black king. And think that black's goal here is to stop white from reaching the other side, from reaching touchdown. Well, what outflanking is when black leaves the file or rank that the kings are on. For example, here, let's say he goes to d6, and then white advances or makes progress on the other side, on the other flank. So this is called outflanking. And you could see that the file that they were both on is empty, and black went on one side and white advanced on the other side. So this is the process that's called outflanking. If black moves on the other side on the F file, then we again will be able to outflank him on the D file. And if he comes back to the E file, we will be able to regain the opposition, and then from here we will be able to make progress. No matter which side black goes on, we're going to advance or make progress on the other side, outflanking him. If he goes on the D file, we're going to advance on the F file, and he's not going to be able to stop us from reaching the other side. If he goes back to the E file, we take the opposition again, and same story, no matter which side he retreats, we're going to advance on the other side.
I see, I get it. So our goal here is to reach this side of the board with this route, and his goal is to not let us there. So we need to make moves to outflank him. But if we move, for example, there, then he can move there and gain the opposition on us. But if he has the opposition, then we cannot outflank him. So we cannot right now move there, but we can right now move there. Okay, we cannot. Why not? I don't understand. So if now, probably any move we make, he will gain the opposition on us, and thus we cannot outflank him. So we cannot allow that. So let's go there. And let's go. So we cannot go there, then he has the opposition. Exactly. So we must go there. But this is also wrong. Probably because we are too far off and he can. No, he cannot come in. But he can get the opposition on us, so let's move a tempo. Well, he has the opposition, let's lose a tempo. He has the opposition. Okay, he can always get the distant opposition now. Or the normal opposition. So if we move here, here he gets the distant opposition, here as well, and here we are too far away, so we have to do a waiting move. Now we get the distant opposition, but this is a blunder again. So now we have to make this move. Now we get the distant opposition. Now this move, distant opposition. And now when we play this move, we get the opposition, so this would be a blunder. So we have to lose some time. Now we get the opposition and we can drive him away. Yeah, and we got it. Lose a tempo and let's see that again. We can make that move. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, we can get the distant opposition also via 5 squares. Exactly. So Wait, why is this not working? This is the distant opposition with 3 squares. I don't get it. We have to go there. Now it's working, you see, this was also the same distant opposition with 3 squares. Ah, probably because of this pawn. We cannot get on this rank, on this file, probably. Ah, I got the opposition. Wait. We cannot go there, we cannot go there. Yeah, we must go there. This is harder than I thought it would be. Oh. What? We cannot go there, we cannot go there. So we must go there. We cannot go there, we cannot go there, so we must go there. Distant opposition with 5 squares. It's basically this zigzag pattern. Let's see. But not now. This would be a blunder, yeah. We have to go... But we can also not go there, right? Because then he goes there. So we have to go there, there. Now we cannot use this file because of this pawn, I think. There, 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 there. Okay, now we have to be careful. There. No. What? There. I think we can go there now. No, we have to go there. But now we are repeating moves. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Now I made it harder than it should be for myself. Okay, let's see again. We need to get quicker at this. I don't remember. Can we do this? No. Okay. Ah, he got the opposition. No, we cannot go there. Can we go there? No. So we have to go there now. What? Oh, we have to go there. I see. Okay, now I get it. Now I get it. Ah, this was the missing move. Ah, come on. Okay, once more. Okay, we got that. Outflanking. But let me understand it, because why do we need to enter on this side? Why can't we enter on the other side? Let's see why we can't enter on the other side. Why not just like that? Ah, because he gets opposition there. And as soon as we return, he will take that pawn probably. Ah, he will keep the 3-step opposition now. Okay. Is there really no way to enter on this side? No, there's no way, because like this he just gets the direct opposition. Like that he gets the distant opposition. And like that he also gets the distant opposition. And he can always keep the distant opposition. So we have to enter from this side. Okay, let's do the next one. Maintaining the opposition. We are black now, and we must play for a draw. So let's maintain the opposition. This would probably be a blunder. Yeah, because then he has the diagonal opposition. But wait, he cannot win anymore. We are already in the corner. So it's a draw either way. So we must maintain the opposition, which means, okay, like this, we cannot maintain the opposition. I mean, we can, but no, we cannot. He has the opposition. And we also want to trade off this pawn, because the rook pawn, we can go into the corner. So position is always either diagonal. So this would be the blunder, because then he has opposition on us, right? No, it's actually not a difference. Interesting. Yeah, because we can do that. Does it even matter then? Can we just stay here? It seems we can just stay here. Because we only need to trade off this pawn. Okay. But wait, why didn't he push the h-pawn? So let's say I go there. Now, why didn't he push this pawn? Yeah, it makes no difference probably, because we can maintain opposition. Let's analyze. Okay, we have only one move, which doesn't lose. Yeah, now we should maintain the opposition. Again, g6, any other move loses. Yeah, maintaining the opposition, not letting him in front of the pawn. That's the idea. Horizontal opposition, white to move. Well, we cannot let the king approach the pawn, right? So we have to play this move. Oh, he just trades it. No, wait. Yeah, but he promotes faster than me. Yeah, this. Do we need the distant opposition here? Yeah, we need to mirror him at all times. Yeah, we need the distant opposition here. I don't intuitively understand why, but yeah, it is like that. Here's another one with distant opposition. White to move. Okay, let's keep the distant opposition. Yeah, first move has to be 3 squares mirrored. That's the distant opposition. What happens if we play like that? Then they can outflank us. No, they can get opposition on us and they enter first. Okay, no, it's a draw still. Wait, it's a win for white. I wasn't aware that it's a win. Ah, we cannot allow him to gain opposition on us. We need to outflank him. That means, for example, probably this move. No, he still gets opposition. No, we can get opposition now. But he... we get 1 tempo. We can gain 1 tempo if we enter in the right moment. Yeah, if we do this directly, he is the same speed as us, but if we do this, we gain 1 tempo. That's the idea. Yeah, let's do it like that. So it's always important to gain the opposition first. This is what we can take from this lesson. Let's see this one, white to move. So they are pawn up, so we have to play for a draw. So what we just learned, gain the opposition. So let's try that. We keep the opposition. Okay, if we go now there, he can promote. So diagonal opposition. Oh, this was a loss. Now he has the opposition on us. Then I don't understand diagonal opposition. So we cannot go there. If we go there, he goes there. But it's still okay. No, this is a loss. No, he has the opposition. We cannot allow that. Maybe we need to approach the pawn. Maybe, no. Oh, I don't understand it. Do we need the distant opposition? No. We cannot play any of those moves. They're all... He will always gain the opposition. So we have to play this move. Okay, this is also wrong. We cannot play this move, or can we? Ah, we can play this move. We cannot play this, we cannot play this, we cannot play that. So, but we can play this. This we cannot play. We can play this. Yeah, this is the only move. Or this. No, this we cannot play. Then he has this. Now we must play this. This. Okay, I get it. This one. No, this we cannot play. This is the only move. This is the only move. Okay. Whites to move. They have the distant opposition on us. We must secure a draw here. I think it's this move, because he cannot get an opposition on us with the next move. Yeah, can we just go there and stay there? Probably we can't allow him to gain opposition, or does it matter? Okay, now it's a draw. But if, for example, we play this move, it's a loss, or? Yes. Because he gains the direct opposition on us. So, but with this move, he cannot get an opposition on us. And then it's a draw. We cannot allow him to go in front of the pawn. So just stay there. We just have to initially prevent him from gaining opposition on us. So this move is not allowed, this is not allowed. This is the only move. And now we have to prevent him to go in front of the pawn. And it doesn't matter where we go. Or? No, doesn't matter. Triangulation part 2. Let's finish those king and pawn moves, and then I'm going to take a break. Okay, white to move. So we are playing for a win because we are a pawn up. We cannot allow him to reach this square. Let's calculate this. We have a I think this is fine, or? He's not taking it. Why is he taking so long? Now he has opposition on us, so he secured a draw. Let's try this one. If we play this, and he's, well, if we play this, he must go there.